Welcome in, YouTube, to part 2 of Morrighan Initari's adventures through Endwalker. That's right, we're getting close to the end and getting current in this game with our alternate character. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below and let me know what you're thinking of these videos, and that you can catch me on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGamesHere, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. Hopefully in this episode, we make it through the second dungeon and first trial. But we have the first dungeon to complete, which will be this very next quest. So why don't we hop on over to gameplay and get on into it. I'm going to mute for a second so I can disgustingly snort. And that was the wrong capture that we were at for a second. Alright. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? We absolutely shall. And my question is it going to be voice acting? I doubt it with that music.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful.
I was wrong.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Agreed.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Setting her free, yo.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Fair.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Agreed. Are you sure Alfino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
Fair.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out.
Damn it!
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Good thing we don't need it. Let's bring the webcam back. And we'll teleport to the Great Work. I don't know if it's actually faster to go around this way, or if it would have been faster to just swim across and then go up the shore. But this is the way we're taking, and we'll follow the beautiful beach line that unfortunately is currently being ruined by this giant fucking tower. But onward we march. No, you ignore me, Walrus. I didn't get the small plot that I had applied for. And my company, I didn't even mention it because we didn't decide until last night, did not get the medium that we applied for, unfortunately. This damn lottery sucks. But it'll happen eventually. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Jump. I will say this dungeon hits hard. Like for a first dungeon of the expansion, it hits hard. Oh, if this is the future of aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... We should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you would see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come, we can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day! So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Morrighan and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Aye aye, Captain. The Tower of Zot is now accessible. Bum 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 bum. As always, we try to do it with a party of other players first. Let's pop this stake. Let's go back to the Great Work where there's a blue quest, and we'll try and do the blue quest while we wait for it to pop. That way we're at least still doing something. Jalamuk. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to catch Jaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You can count on me. You're too kind. She should be in Jaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for her here with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Aldessian. Go? Do, 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 do. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Ignore the Pasakas, because we're not trying to... Okay, never mind, we're not going to get this quest done. But we did get to run the dungeon with other people, and it only took like a minute and a half. Come on, deeps. There we go. Hell yeah. Alright. Like I said, this dungeon hits hard. There are some funky pools. I missed that. I don't know how I missed popping my damage buff, but somehow I did. But all in all, that pool went fucking smooth. I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. Look, those beastly masks. It's the Manusya come to life. Damn it. I stunned it that time. All right. These bosses, on the other hand, they are something. Behold our ingenious magics! What one is she sending over there? Group. Transmute Blizzard, so Blizzard is the one that's going to go over there. Transmute Bio. It's not so bad once you know the mechanics, but like, good God, I can't imagine running this on patch. Like on drop, expansion drop, and having to fucking figure that shit out. Okay, fire. I remember some of these pulls hurt. Honestly, every pull in this dungeon hurts. Can I not keep going? Okay. I forgot that this was only a single pull. Although, with how well this dungeon is going, I kinda wonder if maybe I just haven't had the greatest of parties when running it previously. Although even I will admit that pull got a little spicy. That's because I didn't realize I had no mitigations going into it. You will not steal away our prosperity. This one has a fun mechanic. Where you have to pay attention because she does that mechanic, but she also spawns copies of herself. And you have to look for the one that isn't moving. Nothing I can do about that. I'm just gonna have to eat it. Yeah, Manusia Confuse. So you have to find which one's not moving. Which is a pretty fucking cool mechanic, honestly. Yeah, you know, these bosses are really melty. And this dungeon, I guess actually it's taking about as long as it normally does. Because, yeah. I'm not gonna, until she stops me, I'm not going to use my burst for this. There it is. That was kind of a cool way to be stopped, though. Like mid-attack swing. Okay, this next pull is something. Because this pull is a full 3 groups. Well, like 2.5 groups. But again, like fucking look at how good we did. I also don't know why I started sprinting so soon. Yeah. Hell yeah, yo. This dungeon felt so freaking good. This is not to jinx it because we're on to the final boss, and that is the most interesting one. This dungeon has gone so smooth. I'm very impressed. The Magus Sisters, Harbingers Elect. Blar. Sorry, y'all. You had to wait for me. Alright, ready? Pew! Join with me, sisters! You want to kill Cindy first, because she is the one... I got hit by that. Who she can res, actually, if you don't kill her first. So you get her out of the way, and then you take care of the rest of them. Damn it, I was really hoping we could get her before they did the next phase. Just so we wouldn't have to deal with this again. Yeah! That's how you do it. You hit it, you use the LB ranged so you can hit both of them. Such a good run of this dungeon. Such a good run. God, that was fun. I have not had that much fun in that dungeon, like, ever. Hell yeah. And I got a player commendation. I'll take it. I'll take it. I think it's gonna be voice acted.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Probably just because of how much there is.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Y'shtola?
What sayest thou, Y'shtola, indeed?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Really?
A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And this is when 14 got into body horror.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Break! That's not what he's using, though. I think he's teleporting us or something. Yeah! Oh my god, it looks like a war zone. It's not funny. That was more of one of those involuntary laughs.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
He's sleepy. He's just an EP boy.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
But we'll have to see, Thancred. We don't know for sure.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Nidana. I forgot to check something. I wanted to see if you could see her specifically in that dungeon. So let me turn this quest into Thancred real quick. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Rodzidhan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Yeah. Duty sport. Honestly, I'm fine with whatever we're going in with because we're not running it all the way and I'm planning to actually die on the first pulls here. I just want to see if we can see Nidana.
There!
Holy shit, you can! That's awesome. Okay, now it's time to fail here. Hold on, I must go back. Because once I die, we all die. And I'm just not going to mitigate. Damn it, he's healing me too well. Well, then if we make it through this first pull, I'm going to stand in everything that I can.
You underestimate me!
We'll just leave after this first pull. I was thinking about checking that yesterday, but we didn't get to the dungeon, and then I forgot to do it on my ult. Or on my main. Alright, well since we're down to just you now, buddy. Okay. There we go. Cool to see, though, that you can see Nidana in the actual dungeon. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Vashon bade us come to Mekaduda at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Now wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Probably. Hopefully. I would love to be waved through. We are kind of, you know, honored guests of Vashon and the satrap. But boy, oh boy, is it a long bike ride. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your way on your own. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. I don't need directions. I know where I'm going. I have been to Rodzidhan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. And don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Estinian is now accompanying you. Okay. Keep up then, buddy. I don't know if we can actually attune to anything here yet. We can to that one. Oh no, that makes sense. We just can't attune to the main either. Oh, Mistress Morrighan, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduda, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Rodzidhan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the stairs next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more stairs, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pasca's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveida Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. The music's so good. You are going to give us more directions. Heading to Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveida's Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Well, since we have an opportunity to talk to Estinian in here, let's do that real quick. Probably for him to be like, what are we doing? Oh, Thavnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Amric would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. You would know, wouldn't you, buddy? I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Valid. This is basically the new form of fetch quests. They're just, you know, hidden. underneath some layers. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the... Oh, wait, that's Estinian. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Meghaduda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Good to know. It's almost like I've been here before. As a different person. A different character, one might say. What do you have to say here? Oh, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, we want to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself, the meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk! Squawk! And let's sprint. Do 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 do. Ow. Yeah, this is where you go to turn in all sorts of post-game quests and end each patch, basically. Greetings and welcome to Meghaduda. May I inquire after your business? The members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me. Follow you I will. Take us to His Excellency. We all... Oh no, Thancred and Graha are the last to arrive. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
You have, but it's fine, Thancred.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
You did a good job, buddy. You did a really good job.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Welcome in, Sogo. I don't know how long ago that was, but thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it.
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
Fair.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
And she doth not afford many.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Oh? Consider me
'Tis a story from my youth.
interested.
Many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
Okay.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
The adorable little bow.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
It is? I have not spoken with your father in some time, though. Not since he took my blessing away.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Garlean, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval.
Okay. That's good to know.
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
Why?
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Iceheart. Moonbreeder. Papa Limo. The Minphilias. Is it gonna show us Horsefont? There it is. Why do they gotta go with his dying?
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
I will do my best, Future.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
Then why'd you come back in?
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
Well, Graha...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Okay. Alright, Alize. So, what were you and Viertra talking about? Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. which is straight this way. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Well, that'll take us right by the, thing. The Ethernet. If I remember right, when this first dropped, the High Crucible did not have an Ethernet shard in it. Where the street turns into the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Zot. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that face or noise was. And so we're just, you know, not gonna talk about it. And here is the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. I don't think I can attune still. Nope. Not till later. As Thancred and Uriange. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. True that.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Really?
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
I like Y'shtola's idea. Let's fucking go to Garlemald.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
That's because you're still struggling with Moonbrita and her parents, aren't you, buddy?
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
There.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
We're just doing what we do.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy.
This is true. You made it possible.
Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Fuck, look at the flower!
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
It's so happy.
What do you have there?
It's a flower that color changes based on the emotion.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
When do we learn the word dynamis from that?
You imply that it is distinct from ether.
Because it is.
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
Faith?
As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Yeah, I can think of a couple distinct moments.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Garlean then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Alright, back to the Baldusian Annex, where we shall talk to Cryle. Main reason I want to know how long until we learn the word Dynamis for that, because Dynamis was the song playing in the background, and it's such a good song. Did I miss her? I ran right past her. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Alright. Welcome back, Morrighan. Cryle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice, clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it pinning a thesis or defeating Dayform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes, I will retire to my chambers. And we'll watch whatever cutscene, and then we're going to take a break after this cutscene. Because it's going to be something. And it's back to its anxiety-ridden color.
Take heart and protect them well.
Who's visiting? How dare someone visit me? All of them. This is when we get the...
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
This is when you get to see Graha finally enjoy that burger of his. And he gets sappy and sentimental. And I mean, it is a damn good looking burger. She apparently doesn't like pickles.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Garlean cuisine is not to his liking.
But this is like good Garlean cuisine.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Those are also some damn good looking cookies.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Garlean feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
We'll carry on. He listens to My Chemical Romance. It's pretty clear.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
Buddy, she's offering you half of the cookie. Take it.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
It's okay, Graha. They ate everything. We talked late into the evening. Are we pushing on till dawn? Shall we call it a night? You do know these are my quarters. Said with a smile.
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
That's adorable. Tis happy once again. Ooh. Xenos.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
You should probably stop doing
that. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
We'll see anyway. Okay, with that, we will be right back. Sitting down now, sorry. Sorry that break was longer than I thought. I forgot I had to move over to laundry. So yeah, that was a thing. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scarlark Monteshade and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Hey! How you doing, bud? Hopefully well. I know it's been quite a while, and I know, just, hopefully everything's going well for you. Also, I know who you are, I just didn't know if you wanted your name said on stream, so that's why. And then my brain broke and didn't want to read Bearded Freak for some reason. Very nice, that's always good. I am a firm believer in if your birthday is something you're wanting to do, always taking time off for it. Because I know some people also don't like birthdays. And then there's other people who are just like, I can't ever take time off work. And fuck that. Take time off work for anything. Cool. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alfino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the Phenomenon. To Phenomenon. Why did I say that so weird? Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If others should return, tell them we will not be long. You pull up another thing real quick. I like having a track of like where we're at in the MSQ. Also, happy early birthday, I think. Unless it's today, in which case, happy birthday. Or if it was yesterday, happy belated birthday. Oh, she's right here to talk to me. Whoopsie! Well, hell yeah, dude. Headed out for a stroll? The Scarlark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alfino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? Is he here? Oh, maybe I read his line as her for a second. My bad. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Probably I did. Okay. Oh, nice. That's gotta be fun. Are you doing like singing vocals, or are you going for screaming vocals for this one? Or do I have to wait and be surprised? Because I'm fine with any of those options, honestly. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of this space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. Screamy 40k theme song. Hell yeah! That sounds like it's gonna be fun. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, oh wait, I just read that one, my bad. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Garlean's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, we've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. Dude, hell yeah! Are you guys gonna do physical copies, or are you just gonna do digital for it? I think I had got at least one of the songs that you all have put out on iTunes. No, I don't want to set up family sharing. Stop that. Oh, now I'm just checking real quick. Yeah, I got the demo version of War. Agreed on physical, but you honestly don't remember? Fair. Fair. Well, when you guys get it done, and if you get physical copies in, let me know, because I would love one. Like I said, that one, so we'll go to the next one. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say that, but Alfino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. That sounds like such a joke from Critical Role. Critical Role has ruined the words master debater for me. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alfino Levieux began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alfino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Montrachet. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Ooh, nice! Getting like a little bit of a, not quite a West Coast tour, but like a, little like Pacific Northwest thing going. That's pretty cool, actually. That was Alfino Levieux, wasn't it? The Alfino Levieux? And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Still pretty much in the same area. Actually, it might even be the same house again that you had been to a couple times. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Because we recently moved back there. I say recently, it's actually been like 2 or 3 years since we moved back. But yeah, same area. And to be quite honest, I don't ever really see us leaving this place. As small townish as it is, it's it does feel like home, so. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Will do, dude. I feel like there was one I was going to go to, because you guys had posted. I mean, it's been a while, and I'm fairly certain I actually ended up missing it, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I definitely missed it. My bad. I'm bad at remembering when things are. But yeah, I'll hit you up sometime. Depending on when and where, though, like even locally, it's... With 2 kids, it's a little hard to get out and see things. Like, I don't think I've been to the movies since they shut down for COVID. I genuinely can't remember the last movie I saw in theaters. I think it might have been I don't even think it was Infinity War. I don't remember. And now that terrifies me. Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner, fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Dude, it sucks trying to find free time. And I'm not complaining about having children. I love my kids and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But there are times where you're like, I really would love to go and do something, but I have responsibilities that I must take care of, because I'm not going to be a shit parent. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books! And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pysa this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. That was a struggle for me to say. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in is gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts, or I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. I actually think the first one would have been better as a pun. I liked it, but it didn't feel like Morrighan would say that. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can't... Oh... You mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Sounds good, man. My brain broke. Also, feel free to hit me up anytime to, like, let me know about shows, let me know about new stuff going on with Invicta, all that good stuff. I follow you guys on Instagram, but I think the last post was like in November. Not that I'm any better at posting on Instagram. I have one for my streaming stuff, and I think my last post was also probably around November. So, It's hard. Social media is hard. I fucking hate it. But it's important if you want to, you know, expand your catalog and network and all of that stuff, and I don't like doing it, but I need to get better at it. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Mostly post on Facebook, and yeah, I'm not on Facebook. I don't think I ever deactivated it, but I got rid of it on my phone and everything because for a while there, it was such a shit show, and I got tired of living in that shit show, and it was bad for my mental health. So I was like, I'm done with this. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. I bet. But I will stop trying to extend this conversation unintentionally. And I'll let you get to go be a person because I don't know. Being a person sucks, but it's something that people have to do. So I get you on that. But thanks for hanging out while you could, Ben. I appreciate it. Yes, the Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. We're gonna go in circles, because we're on this game's like 700th fetch quest. Go here, go there, go everywhere. Sounds good. Take care and good luck on tracking the vocals. I hope it goes well, and you know, it doesn't take too many takes. Although, from my experience recording intros and stuff, you can think it'll be easy and you'll be 40 minutes in on a 30-second intro. So good luck.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Let's get rid of the webcam since it's a voiced cutscene.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
I have been pronouncing that word wrong. I thought that was dour. Because it looks like sour, but with a D.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
That's a bummer. But we don't want you to get in trouble, so we get it, guy.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Not widespread
As such,
panic.
those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Oh boy. It's been years since I was in school, and now I'm going back. Well, that's cool.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms.
Solid, liquid, and gas.
2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul,
Oh,
and the
shit.
memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Emotions. Magic.
Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for. That would be corporeal ether.
Shit.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the studio?
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
The memories would become hard to discern.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle.
Really?
And yes, it is a contravention of the Garlean prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
Okay, but your word, while good, I don't know if I feel comfortable with some of the other people having it, like Fortunald.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve.
Shit.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
It's like reincarnation.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
That's one way of saying you're not going to take a stand either direction.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Garlean, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Okay. You've been granted the run for the Phenomenon. If you are game, Ki Aliapo would put your artistry to good use. Well, I am game, but I don't have any classes that can do that. So, well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives. I don't. And the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on another way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Are you gonna make me go talk to Ki? No, because good. I can't. I have a lot of things to open, actually. We'll start with the pewter coffer as soon as we finish running. Drag that down there. There we go, our sprint is out. That should be worse than what we currently have, right? Yeah, because our substats are still better. Yeah. Oh, we're getting close. If I didn't have to stop to use these, I wouldn't. Let's see what these look like. Not that great. Let's see what this looks like. Alright, that's actually not terrible. I don't know if I would want to use it for glam, but we might hold on to it just in case. In the Baldessian Annex. In the main hall of the Baldessian Annex. Alright, Raha. Let's talk. Oh, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the Warding Scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Okay. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Astinian? Easy enough. Whew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Virtra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Alright. Not the Black Shroud, Toulon no show. Where we return to what some people say is the area that has the most mistells in shout chat, but I rarely ever actually see any shout chat. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I keep hearing a loud knocking sound, so I will be right back. Sorry about that. Oh, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present... Oh god. The Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana, three of the most powerful women in the world, in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Bro, let's go. I'm their best friend, come on. They're expecting me. My apologies for calling you away from Garlean at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only the right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Garlean, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzidhan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think that such progress has been made in so short a span! Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. For without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telophoroi, they're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. Whoops. That would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Undoubtedly. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory! For the people of Garlemald! For revenge against the Telophoroi! couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone, and not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. You got it, Captain. To the Alamigan court, which is stormed. Such a good song. I know I say it quite often, but goddamn, the music in this is good. Oh, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, we meet again. Words of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlemald. No. He's earned it. We will deliver your people. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen, I am certain of it. And deliver them we shall. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. What does this one look like? That doesn't look too terrible either. We might keep that one as glam as well. The other members of the Osabad contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Yes, I would like you to see us through. Let's see how many people we recognize.
By the 12.
That's a lot of people. There's the Thaumaturges, the Marauders, the
Glad you could
Bards
join
and
us.
Archers.
I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabad contingent.
And there's Sicard. Oh, and there's the Lancers.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
I'm glad Amric's sending her.
Lucia. I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Indeed.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
God, she commands such a presence. Oh, hey, that was the dude from, Machinist. White Mage.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
Yeah, he's the one that Merlwyb shot.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, You gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah!
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front. It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
I know, I'm excited too.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
This is true.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
God.
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That sounds like a, Hildebrand thing, so no. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Interesting.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Cordola? No. Oh, yes! Oh, that makes me happy.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
That's fair.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
And again, Lisa's right, like...
But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Hell yeah. Here, here!
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
Okay.
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
Hell yeah.
Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Ah! That was a well done speech, Lucia. Fucking well done. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amolja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climates of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telotheroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yep. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the 12's Wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald, learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power at a Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Welcome in, Bridget! Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo. In the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabad contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over. But we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. Know what you're all thinking? Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Heelfair told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land. In the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. I am here indeed. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you can pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Hujada and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Not you, you. That a set of warding scales I spy? Now not that I would know what they look like. I got something annoying on my glass. So wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off tempering waves? Is that the right term? There we go. Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Folly might have words with you if you do that. Just saying. What do you have to say? I'm here representing the Pugilist Guild in place of Master Hammond. Know that I've got your back till the bitter end, Morrighan. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. That is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aemon. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Yes, you will. Here you go, Serena. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like fuck! Hien and Ugiri labor without rest to unite the people. With their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. She says they came prepared with clothes for the cold. However, my two fellow bunny people do not look like they are prepared for the cold. So I am going to assume they are from one of our tribes or one of our sister tribes. Because we are snow bunnies. Alright, Sadu, what do you have to say? I'm not going to talk to Magni because I can't stand him. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request. If she thinks it's a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. Except they don't. They come from the east because they come from the Bosja area. So they're not from the north. But that's why I'm saying they're a sister tribe of ours, and like those two just relocated. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Isilmar. I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist's Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion, and let us proceed to the Alamigan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Alright. It has taken me almost 3 hours to complete 6 quests. Damn. And here I was hoping we'd make it to the next dungeon today. I don't think that's happening. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Orionje and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Just repeatedly cast fire spells. Hark! Is that the cry of Scion? Wait, is that the cry of Scions in need of a tailor, I hear? But how? I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabad without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze me. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. She has a glamour plate for every one of her crafting classes too, Graha. Just because you like to wear the same thing for 100 frickin' years? I have to be brooding under my hood and cloak. No one can know who I am. Rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? She has a point. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Bloomweeda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Garlean? Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argmus and Bloomweeda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've got nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Garlean. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. What does it look like? It's not terrible. But I'll keep it in my glamour dresser. Maybe for next, winter time. But it's too puffy. It doesn't, show off things. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Here we go. Into our first instanced duty. Hold on. I didn't read any of those and I just kept pressing the button. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave. Okay. It's an honor to finally meet you. We at the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes will play in sequence, blah 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 blah. It's the same thing as always.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
The lack of music is very unnerving. There we go. Oh, this is when we get to play like Metal Gear. Inside 14.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital,
in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
And honestly,
we've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Squall's outfit kinda looks pretty fitting for the cold.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
I guess except for the fact that, you know, it's a bomber jacket with a t-shirt on underneath.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps.
But it's got, like, fur along the back of it.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Not anymore.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
My guess then would be...
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Alphina's got it.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Yes, all of the above.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Also, 100% Urianger would have the gigantic-ass hood that he just leaves down.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Okay.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
His legs have got to be freezing right now.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
Okay. Will do.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Valid. I don't want to, but I will. I'd rather be on the front lines, but it's fine. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply. Yes, let's see what Thancred's doing.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Doable.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
You know why he's saying that? Because he 100% has tried to hit it, and she has shut him down every time. And so he's just being salty about it.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
This Viera's sister probably broke her ears too. All right. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. I guess let's learn about those real quick. Hinges on the following points. Swift Deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed, while active enemy soldiers and Magitech will be unable to perceive him even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell, and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat, and also unavailable when he attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Okay. Silent Takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect. Though it can be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing Silent Takedown whenever possible. Oh, it cannot be used on them. Is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when Swift Deception is active, you can instead use a Bewilderment Bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, they have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. Okay. Seemed like a good idea to get that all checked out. Let's commence the mission.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh, I go this way. Woo! Shit, I don't want to do it right in front of that guy. Now we're gonna have to wait for this Magitech thing to move around again. Okay. One guarding the controls. Time he took a nap. Alright, well that's not where I want to be. I thought I could squeeze past there, but I can't. Luckily, the slashers can't really see people. So we got guard dogs, eh? No use hiding. They'll soon sniff me out. Oh shit!
Must be losing my touch.
Come on, take him out quickly. Okay. That does make you feel a little bad. Oh, please don't turn this way. Okay. Alright, let's do the trick now to hide and send word.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
Hell yeah, it is.
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Alright, as soon as that slasher moves away, going for it. Yeah. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Frickin' hey, god damn it. That's what that dog is saying. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Woof, woof. Okay, so that wasn't good enough, apparently. Okay, ow, shit. I just stubbed my toe. I'm sorry. Ow, that really hurt. Ooh. Okay, I'm okay. Ah! Go! 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 Back here! Back here! It's fine! Oh, okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's just a little, it's just,
Damn.
Shit.
Spotted.
They are not growing increasingly aware. You stop.
Seven hells.
Okay. That's it. That's the control turret. What is? Oh, that. Go, 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 go! Hell yeah! I think I just need to go this way. Thancred, over here! Let's go! We still have more to do with this dude, you know. It's a good start.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Hell yeah.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
And now, Final Fantasy XIV Metal Gear Solid is over. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabad contingent's supply caravan. Oh, it's me and Alice together, huh? Okay, okay.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
How did she hear that? Here come the puggos.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
In the coming battle, you will fight as Morrighan Initari. Morrighan Initari. I know how to pronounce my name. Okay. Can I fucking target just that one? Good God. Okay.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Hopefully they're good.
Keep the carriages safe.
Now we gotta assist the non-aliens troops.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
I mean, as long as he doesn't call me old girl, we'll be okay. I don't take too kindly to that.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling.
We're the only ones still struggling. Yes, you guys are the only ones still struggling. I think I can hit all 3 enemies right here. Yeah, I can.
I've been itching for a good scrap.
I also feel like this duty used to be a lot harder than it is. I don't know. I don't know. Magitech reinforcements arrive. Where? Oh, this thing? You? Are you the Magitech reinforcements? Quick! Broadside it! Working on it. Yeah, but like Thancred's was the hardest part. And I feel like this part used to be difficult.
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that?
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. Head north and join the Vanguard. It's gonna be a long run, so hold on. You all be fine. Meanwhile, on the front line. Is this when I play? Do I get to play as Lise? Do I ever get to play as Lise in a thing? Who do I play as here? Or do they just hold long enough that I show up and play as myself? Hurrah!
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal. In time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Saruman cosplay?
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard,
Holy
yet still
shit!
you pledged your lance, did you not?
Well. Oh God, Sogo, why you gotta choose white? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're going white. Okay.
That I did.
You know what? We'll go white. I'll cut it short. I'll do an old snake cosplay.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
That's some dedication, though.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
It would probably have to be, because otherwise, you know, I'd have to grow the hair back out for Saruman.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Okay.
We have them now! Forward!
I should be seeing the person who does my hair soon, so I'll find out what I need to start doing to get my hair ready to go white.
Right! Let them have it!
Because I'm sure since my current colors are not, it is indeed, Bridget, but I'm not gonna
As a raging bull!
say no. Oh, hell yeah. I'm already bad enough at like doing my like sub goal things. I got to at least be better at doing my what's it called things?
That car! Virgilia!
My redeemables.
Do not fall behind!
Hey! You knocked that shit off. She is strong. Holy crap. We are doing like nothing to it. Lucia! Do I need to pull the aggro? Hey you, look at me. Oh, shit.
Is everyone alright?
Hey, how about you all use your limit breaks? You know? Make this go just a smidge quicker. Because I actually really need to go to the bathroom. Drink a lot of water, and that water now needs to exit me. Where'd she go? Holy, whoa! Dude, whoa, Bridget. Alright, now that you're back in here. You were halfway, and now we're past the halfway mark. Everyone run away. Hey, Lucia, thanks for coming over here. See you too, Magni. Oh! Ow! Holy shit! That thing hit hard. Ha! More fodder for my flames. So many. At this rate, we will be overwhelmed. I will not fall so easily. These curs will taste my wrath. More of them, quick! Lend Sadu a hand! Make way! These whelps will rue the day they crossed my whatever. None shall escape my
Tremble
chains.
before the sun!
Fucking hell. Now where is... Oh, there she is. She's right there. Okay. Alright, Bridget, you redeemed Hydrate.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
I'm glad
That
they
was
keep
the
making him
last
the
of
butt
them.
of jokes.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
It's fine. It's good. I took care of it.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
At Garlemald.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
It is pretty cool that he's the narrator of this one. Considering things. You know, like how we killed him last X-Pac, but somehow he gets to narrate this one.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Did he now? Are you giving us your history, Emmett?
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
How indeed?
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
There we go. Oh, please let the cutscenes end.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
True. Let us make camp so that I can end this quest. Specifically,
this
this
will be our temporary
cutscene.
base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
Yes, will do.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Bro, why does... Ah!
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Damn right, Lucia, tell him to shut his mouth. The god that's playing the game right now needs to take a break for a second. Okay, we will be right back. Alright, Bridget, thanks for hanging out while you could. I appreciate it, and I will see you later this evening. Okay. $224 yalms to the east, huh? In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and G'raha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Yeah, where is Y'shtola? There's Shtola. Where's Raha? A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over there once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. And then Raha's over here. There he is. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Will you now? There we go. Thank you for coming, thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. I believe everyone's now here. Voice acted or no?
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may.
Okay. Oh, I need to remember
Several
to
of the
attune.
Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine.
Oh?
Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers on their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position.
True.
That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
This is true. Banquet, you can make yourself invisible.
That leaves us with guard duty.
Lovely.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Okay. I accept this. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing... Ice fields? I love ice fields! Oh wait, no I don't. That one I can't do as much as I would love to, because Morrighan is a snow bunny. No, if there are any survivors, we will surely find them, because Morrighan respects Lucia and doesn't want to give her sex.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Alright, where is my... That's the wrong mouse. There we go. Alright. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. So it's into the Eblan Rime we go. Oh wait, you're not who I'm supposed to be talking to. But where do we even start looking in such a place? What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander about Icefields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise. Or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I tried to add a little bit of like a chill to the voice because, you know, he's very clearly cold. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Before I forget, let's go attune to this etherite. Oh, I can't fly. Damn it. That's what that jump was. I was fully expecting to be able to just take off. 113, there it is. Whee. Alright, where's our next closest one? 403 alms to the northeast, which I think is actually going to be in that building directly in front of us. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not that we're after either. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo! What do I see o'er yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Agreed. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl. You must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Do, 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 do. Come on. Here we go, footprints in the snow. Trail of fresh push. East. They head east. Oh hey, they're right there. Yeah, it's definitely that building over there that we're getting the Ethernet for, or ether current for. They lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Survey the designated location. That's a long survey. There she is. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Okay. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete, you may try again by returning to the designated location. So far, so good. Is someone there? I must be imagining things. Better catch my breath. Those beasts spot me, I'm done for. More sneaking mission. Also, it's a little creepy that we're following a woman and trying to not be spotted. Like, come on, Square. I hope my luck holds. Oh, you are very close to me. Oh, shit, 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 shit. This is it. The final Don't say the final spurt. Here we go! Duty complete. Whew, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back! The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alfino. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Morrighan. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafaroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to the Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talafaroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends. People I'd known all my life. Eyes vacant. Dead. Staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted. These are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were to provide us with a means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. The look in her eyes. I don't trust her. She's hiding something from us. I can feel it. I feel it. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help? I don't know, let me ask Alfie now. Let me ask our little healer friend over here. Hey! I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emanalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? Never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean Engines is full of the stuff, but all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Wait, what did he say? All is well. Yes, never better. Here, drink this. You'll feel warm. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. Oh, but alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire. While our brethren lie dead, we'll live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. The music coming from the radio is creepy as fuck. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. They are quite different There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Amonis, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, and we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. Buddy, I'm fairly certain he is dead. So I don't know what the hell you're hearing. What's that? Here's a warming tincture. It'll make you feel better. Well, at least it'll make you feel warm. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Ask away. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago, and they are the ones you encountered. Are they the ones you encountered? Yeah, probably. They are exactly the ones we encountered. Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Vergilia and her men are all there now? So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? We used an airship. Airships? Then there might be a way to. Listen, yeah. Where is everyone? Is something the matter? I heard a voice calling out your name. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for baby almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Yeah. Speak with the burly tapper. Well, I'll speak with the burly tapper. 364 yalms to the south. If I remember right, this one is on top of these ceruleum pipes. I'm gonna stay up here until I know for sure. Yep, there it is. And then it's pretty much just a straight shot that way to get to the Tapper's Den. Huh. Yeah, at least I didn't take all of our health. Although it did take a nice chunk. Oh my god, there's another one right here? Hell yeah. Where's our next one then? 550 yalms to the north. Which again looks like it's probably gonna be... Stop. the train station. Who goes there? How did you find us? Well, we were told you were here. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd have never found us. You're not wrong. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ah! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, you've got another thing coming. I didn't want to fight you guys. What the fuck? Like, that wasn't even on my list of ideas. But if you really want to fight, far be it from me to deny you all. Am I dead yet? Alright, Jarek. What do you got for me? There you are. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have left slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tappa's den. Well then, after you. Dude, basically, right? Also, welcome in. And thank you for hanging out. Who are you? What happened to the guards? They wanted to be intimidated. The Orzians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? I don't know. It's a good question, honestly. If it were up to me, that's what we would have done on our first playthrough, but nope. Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Yerbanya, Yonksha, Ozja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulia engines, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. Hell yeah. Let's make trade agreements while we're gone. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald is, as we know, it is gone for good. I guess that's valid. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, and there have been a lot, good God, have there been a lot, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder that later. But now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever it is was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? You got it, Jarek. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Oh wait, that's Alize talking, not... I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Okay, back on our bike. Do 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 do. $428 yalms to the... There we go, to the north. Maybe it's not that one that I'm getting pings for then. No, now that I'm getting northwest, it might be. Yeah, I take it back. I think it is that one. But hopefully our path of travel will take us back that way. So it won't matter too much. Alright, Alize. Hey. Where's Alfino? Oi! What'd they do with him? This isn't right. It's too quiet. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. I feel like it's either behind... Oh, nope. Here we go. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help? What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no signs of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery you used to slay our countrymen. The Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. Bummer. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. If I remember right... it's not good. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Yeah, I don't remember it going well at all. Because like I said when we were playing through Shadowbringers, this game gets heavy, and it hurts, and it just keeps doing that until the end of Endwalker. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. I don't know if this was the quicker way to go. I really hope we can get up this little lip right here. Okay. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alfino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. That is a massive area. Holy shit. And I don't remember where it is. Oh no, here we go. Half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper, half buried in the snow, appears to be a flyer for a theater group. Though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. That's not what we were looking for. Oh, there we go. There's something else. Fresh blood. Really bad sign. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. Emperor Rose. The B rank, or a B rank for this area, yeah. Just ignore me, Emperor Rose. Yep. Yep. The 2 bodies are already cold. Fuck! I knew I remembered right, but fuck. I didn't want to have remembered, right?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Because they fell for Garlean propaganda.
We should have... I should have...
There's nothing you could have done.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
True. And honestly, I think if we went back there with dead bodies, Alpha,
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither did they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
So I think we opt to just like bury them like 40 feet to the left. Yeah. Oh wait, I think it's still gonna be voice acted.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you, that we will find a way to help your loved ones, and see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Right. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Okay, we gotta go all the way back. But we're gonna take a short detour to get the ether compass that's over this way. It's in the... It's up there. What am I doing? We're taking the long way around is what we're doing. Unfortunately. Right there. I knew it. 260 alms to the north. Well, we'll get to that one eventually. Actually, let's just teleport back to Broken Glass. Because it'll be quicker. No blue quests yet, huh? Okay. Okay. Alize and Alfino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? You may, but it's grim. So, I apologize. They don't want our help.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
Not a bad idea.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
But if there shouldn't be, don't bother.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
Comes with the territory.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault? and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
What? Oh, the radio. Duh. I'm a dumbass.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Let's fucking go!
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, Answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Those 3. Actually, I don't think he
I
picks. I
don't
think
much
we
like
pick.
the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let the 2 of you go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
All right. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. He walked through my chocobo. I did not realize that was my chocobo until right then. I thought it was honestly one that he had brought with him. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Morrighan. Morrighan? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Blah blah. Ready to make a dash for the station? I am indeed ready. If I sprint, will they sprint? No. Oh shit. Do I have to talk with them here? Yo! This must be the road he mentioned. Not the easiest surface to run on. No, their walk cycles and run cycles are definitely weird. I guess it's not that far. We'd better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. Gotta go around them. I cut this way. You two run right in front of that guy, then. I'll loop us back down. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Okay. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas. Or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? Yeah, bud. You? From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route outside is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Although we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Yeah, bud. Yep. Oh, shit. We're gonna go this way. Because I don't want to aggro things. Mostly just for ease and sake of brevity. Ah, you guys have aggroed things, though. Let me pull the initial aggro. You're not even going to help me anyway, even though you have your fucking gunblade out. Way to be a lazy piece of shit. You son of a bitch. I see why your comrades chose you. Euless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. And of course, there's more to fight. And again, he's just gonna stand. Alright, you got your haste. But it's not gonna matter. You would stun me. God damn. There we go. Nope, not Alphino. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Oh, I didn't have to help with this one. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered. That is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Buddy. I've been avoiding unnecessary confrontations. It seems like it's been you who has not been avoiding unnecessary confrontations. Here we are. Oh, these are ugly ones. Rules for thee not. Yeah, that's fair. I made sure to avoid stuff. Even ran on the opposite side of some things occasionally. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Not those ones, actually. We've discussed that if they have like physical changes from the corruption, that they're a lost cause, buddy. But you wouldn't know that because you won't let us talk to you. Those exposed to a vast quantity of Alphino's literally going to say what I just said. Vast quantity of a primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. But we literally cured the ones who tried to stop us from getting here. So, what do you have to say to that? I should have hopped on my mount, but now I'm going to let my sprint run out before I do. Otherwise, I feel like I will have wasted my sprint. And that's just a personal thing. I know that I haven't. It still would have been quicker to get on a mount. Alright, but we're not going to mount up, because probably by the time we mounted and unmounted, we would have been over here anyway. Alright. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Yes. To the Aetheryte you all won't let me attune to. Until another 4-ish quests? This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. In just a second, actually. I have forgotten to do this. 139 yalms to the northwest, huh? That's the northeast. I'm a dumbass. I think it's up there on top of that thing. Just ignore me, Slasher. Yeah. And, oh no! Why? Oh. That's what I get for being in such a hurry. And where's the next one? 303 yalms to the west. Well, that's farther away than I would like to go at the moment, because I'm sure MSQ will take us that way. How many of them do we already have? We're at 5 out of 10. Yeah, I thought ether currents were annoying, you know, when I only had to get 4. Boy, was I shocked when I got to Endwalker as my main account character. 10 sucks. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Brokenglass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Okay. Imposing command.
These are their chosen representatives.
Shit.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
What's that supposed to mean?
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat.
after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
So you guys are... God, you're... I get it, but it's dumb.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Oh shit.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
You cannot leave.
Follow them.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about that part.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
People looking into the window at us.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of a fire. There we go, we'll go with that one.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
That's good that you see that.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you got for me, Euless? We probably got a time for about one more. Well, with how cutscenes are, probably one more quest. But we'll try to squeeze in two. We'll see. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interest, Alfino and Alice will pay the price. Okay, we got 5 people to talk to. I saw 3 directly in front of me. There is at least 4 that I saw now. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. You could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Okay, good to know. Thanks for giving me a lore reason as to why I can't use the aetherite yet. It's you, Morrighan Initari. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers. You killed them. My comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. This is so cold. Young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Well, at least that was an easy and quick one to read. Marcellinus. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Oh. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. For Gilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. You can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. And then the radio. Radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Alright, back to Alfino. Oh, he's in the train car. I was so confused. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Sure. But I can't use magic. You told me not to. Otherwise, I'd use Aurora. No. Oh yeah, no, that's the ability, Aurora. Instead, I'll just rub his head. You're okay, buddy. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Oh, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Eulus could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Eulus first. Okay. Let me get to persuading. Knock him out. Persuade him with my fists. Well, seen enough. Eulus, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. How you and the other soldiers have been able... That's not the right word at all. It's have, not how. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as such, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Okay. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Okay. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. I think this is where we picked up our ether current earlier. So if we would have just waited, we would have had it this way. And I think for sure this will be the last quest we do today, and then we'll pick this up again tomorrow. And then probably next week we will start the Final Fantasy VII original playthrough that was redeemed. Or at least do like 1 or 2 parts of it. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found a space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. You got it. Okay, there's one right here. Or there's one thing to search right here. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that could be fueled by ceruleum. We're gonna run up here super quick. And then find out that the thing we're looking for is at the top. Oh no, it's at this one. Okay. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Although I'm pretty sure we go to the pond for one of the searches. Because one of the things is right here. Or is that after we've searched all the other spots? A cursory inspection of the wreckage of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, and this is why we're going to be in Extreme in a minute, because my brain is apparently fried. and I'm combining words. Children's slide. It's got nothing to do with ceruleum, but let's interact anyway. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Okay. What's up, Euless? Why are you staring at the pond? Is it cold in there? Do you need me to go do it? I'll dive. I'll do it. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd go home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of their fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. Well, fuck you, Ducky Undefined. That's a band. I don't need fucking bots in my chat. Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a pot, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting? Yeah, a little friendly competition, since she likes to be having those a lot lately. Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Wait! How come she gets a head start? I think it's that one over there. The one farther away from me. Delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to the insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh, it causes... it's a dot. Once again. Once... oh, I was wrong. It was this one over here. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. I got it! I'm holding nothing, but pretend there's a ceruleum tank there. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. But it's the turn-in. Did you find anything? Oh, I hope you did. Yeah, here you go. That's it! And there's still some ceruleum left. Well, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alfino a hand. Call me an Uldon, because by fire am I reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds give way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest buildings we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon. Our chance will come, we just need to hold on a little longer. What if the 10th isn't coming, buddy? What if they've left you and forsaken you? What then? Alright. With that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. We'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Hopefully tomorrow we will actually get through the next dungeon and the first trial of Endwalker on stream. But don't forget to take care of yourselves, drink some water, all that good stuff. And I will see you all tomorrow, starting between 9